Alright, let's rock. There we go. Chicken treats activated. Oh, nope, nope, wrong button. Damn it! Arrgh. Let's rock. Here are Hamza mini. If the creatures look familiar, it's because they are close in kin to your Asian dodos. Hamza have long been kept as livestock in Thavnair, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from a tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. You all ready? Then let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take lead for yours to follow. Melt the Hansa and travel to the outpost? Why, hell yeah we are. Can you get one of these for a mount? Let us be off. If you haven't ridden dodos before, be warned. They have a wobbling gait. Yeah, they do. That spectacular formation stretching out over the water is called Khadga. The legend holds, which would have been Anusha long before the Mercanized cast down. Before it was cast down. Uh-oh, what's going on? My camera went ham. Did you see that? To the left, requiring no introduction is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. I somehow won that. Okay. Okay. Cool. Market before it was cast down at complex. Let's see. Almost there, though the main port of the hatchery is atop the cliff, the outpost itself is on the beach. Khadga also means sword, by the way. I missed it earlier. Look at that tower. That's insane. Holy crap, that's so cool. And here we are, manned by a Radiant Host. Manned by the Radiant Host, this outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Well, well, who should it be but young Varshan? On an errand for the satrap. I am. His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty. We are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm this past few days, this remains the front line of battle. No place for children. You gotta be off, my friend? Cool, cool. Have a good one, my friend, and thank you again, by the way. Thank you bunches. I'm gonna pre-order that tonight when I get done. I'll do the pre-order of Dawn Trail, and then... yeah. We'll wait and see. Your predecessor has too often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering. But still, I worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nadine. Thank you. And who might this be? Not Hannish by the look of her. Permit me to introduce Minifuzz of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. Excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you could share. You too. Bring Prashant the latest report, and answer any questions he may have. Hold on. I'm gonna see if I can go help someone. I was slightly cheating the system because I'm going to go help somebody right quick. Yeah, they got pulled into another area. Or maybe they're in a different thing too as well. Yeah, someone sent a thing saying, yo, please help. So I was on my way, but they ended up not being there. False alarm. Alright, back to the quest itself, yeah? And back to being Reaper. I dare say I might actually learn the rotation before this week's done. A lot of these classes, like, I played, but Reaper was so quick to get to 90 that it kinda doesn't get a lot of use. It's nothing against the job, it's just when it takes 10 minutes to complete the whole thing, not 10 minutes, but when it takes like an hour or two to complete the whole thing, it's not as, it doesn't go as deep as, let's say like Rogue Ninja did, where there's like 8-9 hours of quest. Ah, I've heard about you. The visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telophroid? We know that they're the ones behind the tower, and they've declared the war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it that they want? Is this we don't understand? Well, yeah, they just want to be unlimited. What? They want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzea and the Far Eastern brothers. That's right, that's the spirit. Alright, let's see what they say over here. Gutio. Lots of hurrah. You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This tower itself as folks have taken the call on it. Suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Nuraner. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water, and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting aether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? We're not. We came here. Our struggles are not unique. Then our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. It's like, how are you doing it? We're not. It occurs to me we have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors through our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on 2 occasions, they came in force. We had to pay a heavy price. What are the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? Yeah, enough. They also break spines. So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls with outside aid to be answered. That's true. That's very true. Also, look how colorful this place is. I love it. my bow is like, give me the word. Give me the word and I'll eat. I'll eat Vashad. Just give me the word. I'm like, no, chicken treats don't. Don't, it's okay. He's like, come on, Minnie. Come on, let me eat Vashad. I'm like, no. We talked about this. Alright, here we go. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for them as it was enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Radz-at-Han ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, the stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer, however. I am afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward, but you need to follow the road east. Upon the Hamza, you will arrive before you know it. Or east upon the Hamza, you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. Interesting. Oh, wait, no, back to the Hamza. Though the Hamza appears to want to return home, it reluctantly offers you its back. Should you become separated from your steed, speak with the Radiant Beastkeeper at the Hamza hatchery to mount it again. Alright. Oh wow, I get to go wherever I want now? Alright. Oh, we're going over here. I'm like, wee. Oh yeah, I'm not immortal to combat anymore. Shit. I've been pretty much immune to attack for most of the game. Except this is like the last place I think I can get away with being near stuff and not getting attacked. No sooner do you arrive at your destination than the Hamza dashes off. The Hamza was done with my ass. It was like, nope. Zenuha. Aye, this is indeed the Giant Skull grounds, and I am Zenuha. Is there something you require? I'm like, yo, I need stuff. Giant Skull for the alchemist, you say? Of course they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, and 'tis the least we could do to provide them with the materials they need. Almost said materia. Been playing 7 too long, chat. Holy shit. Zanua has a sack of giant skull for you. Here you are, sack of the purest giant skull. He always sets them aside for alchemist friends. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, character placement. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. Oh. Nope. I'm flying by accident. There we go. I thought I was traveling for a second. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm not traveling. I'm flying. But this is one of those things where I can probably just warp back. So that's what we're going to do. Oh my god. Run away. I am not immortal. I am not immortal. Oh, I'm so used to being in the lower level zones. Damn it. I might as well just travel the rest of the way. Let's do it. I don't know, man. That's kind of far away. Just because you can see it doesn't make it close. Ah, welcome back, Minnie. Dare I hope you have the giant skull? I do. A hempen sack filled to the brim with chunks of the purest giant skull. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype. One that should be capable of passing our most rigorous test. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test. So please, take your ease while you can.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
Yes, I did think right.
You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavnair, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we?
This is true.
They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, and spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy.
What is it? What did you see?
Like, yo, I saw Fandaniel and shit. Nothing good comes from
Fandaniel?
this.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
Oh, he knows.
It holds. The vessel holds. This is the one.
At long last! Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments! We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Okay, go.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
Mm-hmm.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
Mm-hmm.
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
All right. Let's see here. Look, there it goes. Holy shit, that's cool. Let's see here. We need to go to the ghost up here. Oh, okay. We're gonna go see Mike Brajan's people and stuff. All right. I'm gonna take the coast there. Why not? Oh, the lone palm tree. So it starts. Another place with a lone palm tree. See Valrus. You got that Valrus. Let's see chat. Hold on here. Alright, here we go. This is a rather finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind. And perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Why do I feel like we're getting Game of Thrones, chat? Well, the longer I travel south, the more nervous I become, so let's be off. Alright, let's go to the Tower of Zot with Nerdana.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
I honestly don't think the boat could have turned around in time anyway.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
Oh, she's pushing it.
A few more steps.
Come on, don't give me this kind of anxiety. Come on now. Crazy ass alchemist.
Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets.
Oh shit, that's not good. Whoa, this place looks cool as hell, doesn't it?
Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking.
Mm-hmm.
My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Patrons of old.
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian.
I mean, a little bit, but
I
no.
inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am.
Oh.
How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
At your service.
Oh. I see. I see. I wish I would have done this with the hat.
A nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met. Day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work.
Mm-hmm.
But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation, slaves to the slightest hint, and amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied. Heed me, Armon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation.
Interesting.
Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself.
One of the clones. Interesting.
See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
Very true. I'm holding for ads, if I can. Whenever it brings up a chat box.
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell.
Give me a sec. Shouldn't be long now. I'm trying to make it so that ads don't suck as bad, because then everyone can get around the ad thing, so it is a thing. Also, this music rocks. Alright, we are back. Welcome, 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 my friends. They said, so easily distracted, why, I almost left without saying farewell.
As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, Enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades? We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
I know who he sounds like. He sounds like Kiro. K9 Kiro. Let's see here. So we have to leave them. Damn. Alright. We need a plan. Ah, you returned, but where's Mrs. Madonna? Yeah, she got taken. We need to preserve, just when we have succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. Alright, now we're heading to the great work. Let me check out something right fast here. That one, we have that one. Yeah. Okay, we have these things coming up here. That's at 3. Okay. Yep. Let's rock. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What's happened? She got captured. So it was Fandaniel after all. Damn that bastard. I was sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here. Return here first. We must tread warily, lest we endanger Nadana and the other captives. The satrap at Razatan. Banquet is wearing a grim expression. First, we must inform everyone of the situation. Nadana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. I don't know, chat. Let's see. I'm like, yo, some shit happened, and it was like really crazy. Because they always put me up to doing this. Oh, Nadana. Can you answer me this? Though Nadana's trapped in a tower, she's still alive, yes? Then we must make warding scales. As many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. Nadana proved at peril to herself. So let us make more scales, that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Aye, as alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. And for our Eosian visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nadana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Razatan for an audience with His Excellency? We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands and can only lead to the benefit of all. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds, and I will show you into the city. Oh yeah, we're going to the city now. Alright, we're riding out there. We're gonna get to do all sort of cool stuff. This is gonna be fun. The tower is crazy. And that, my friends, is Radz-at-Han. I have a really good photo of it. You want to see it? Hold on. Let me see here. One sec. There we go. During the daytime. Good stuff. That's me standing right there. Let's see here. Random person flying around on the Garuda mount like a boss. Alright, let's see what they say. When last I visited, the city was brimming with life. I expect the tower has dampened the mood somewhat. Be it here or in Eorzea, all share the desire to deliver the captives. Thus united, I pray that we may join in common cause with the satrap. Of the satrap, I only know the common I was reading Urion's here again, damn it. Ah! Okay, thank you. Of the satrap, I only know the common tidbits, but that though the position is hereditary, he is not considered a sovereign, and that, despite possessing considerable authority, he wields it sparingly. Given the esteem in which the locals hold him, however, it's safe to assume he's good at his job. He could do far worse for an ally. All present? Then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times. Oh boy. My friends, welcome to Radz-at-Han.
A vast rock squats upon Thavnair, and to its stony surface clings the city of Radz-at-Han.
They came.
Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye.
Are we now?
The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze. bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet.
That's pretty cool.
Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets. But no such scenes to savor now. To
Aw.
what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
It'll get there one day. I can feel it. It's gonna get there one day.
Here we are, Megadota. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside.
Hey, it's our first time to the Mega today. It's a Mega duty. Fabulous coloring.
Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, Satrap of Radzatan. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale.
Yeah, a little bit.
Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
But, Nadana, she was taken.
A regrettable incident indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nadana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not.
Uh-oh.
This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
We're getting Wizard of Oz.
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Mm-hmm.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's Sorma's spawn. I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively.
Mm-hmm.
In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive with the Aura, adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect.
Mm-hmm.
And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured.
Also, that hat is awesome. Or the headpiece.
Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radzat Han.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
A
Aye.
charade. Yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Interesting.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who joined me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Chad, is he missing an eye? I think he's missing an eye.
Your eye. It was taken.
Mmm.
"'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Radzat Han. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will."
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm-blood.
Mm-hmm.
From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radzat Han. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power to dispel its wicked influence, yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
Beatrice like Keishi. I just realized that. Oh, next thing you know, we're gonna be chasing down some black materia.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told.
Mm-hmm.
'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
Mm-hmm.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Radzadhan, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
And there they go. All right. So now I'm going to talk to you, the Pibbles. That we should encounter one of the first brood in such a circumstance. If our course of action is decided, let's not tarry. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Sharlayan and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Za. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aetherai here before departing, unless of course you enjoy violet nausea. Alright. I guess maybe they'll let me in if I click this. My apologies, but given that the city is currently in a state of alert, I cannot let you proceed past this point. But Thancred! Thancred was like, go attune! But... this game, I tell ya. Where do I need to go? Oh Christ, you want me to go all the way back? Okay. To Old Sharlayan. Welcome back to old Charlotte. I was kidding. Uh, it's like me messing around with the thing outside of Limsa. It's like Sutherford Farms. Yeah, it was like, come on down to Sutherford Farms. Summerford Farms. We have, and it was like, what was it? Low poly grapes, oranges, lemons, pears, and lots of grass. Let me see. We're going to the annex. Nice. Let me think here. I'm at hour 6 almost. Alright. Let me take a sec to take a look at here. One moment. Trying to think if I want to take the second break out or not. I might, because I know we're going to go on a whole other thing, and it starts here, right? So, yeah. Give me a sec. I'll hang out here with y'all. Hold on. And then I'll be back in about 3 minutes or so. That way I could run, grab something to drink and stuff like that as well. I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. Let's do this, chat. So here's the deal. I'm gonna get us through this next bit. And we'll see where we go from there. I'll probably do both the intro quest today. Alright, let's rock. The conflict between Nidhogg and I is in the past, and though they are brothers, it has no bearing on my view of Vitra. Above all else, he is a leader of men, not an enemy. He would hardly dedicate his life to this endeavor if he bore any ill will. Vitra and his alchemists have prepared us for a foray into the tower. What it may accomplish with its twisted halls remaineth to be seen. That Argasodara languished in Telopaware chains doth forewarn us of the nature of our foe. 'Tis the gods of Thavnair that will be summoned to thwart us. Had to fix my headphones, one sec. Alright, let's do it. Just as I was getting used to the balmy Thavnair, we're back in chilly Sharlayan. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We'll need you for the battles to come. Now then, your investigation here remains, but when that's over, we can take stock of all the developments and discoveries. I returned by way of Kid's experimental aetheryte, and I must say it was far less taxing than our first attempt. And apparently, we need only ask if we wish to use it again. Now, I'm not terribly eager to repeat the experience, but if you're willing to test your ethereal fortitude for the sake of technological advancement, then who am I to stop you? Yeah, there we go. Kryl is intent on uncovering the reason behind the forum's inexplicable behavior. An unsettling change has come over Sharlayan, but together we will divine the underlying cause of the forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They may have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Sharlayan's archive of historical records for any hint of connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow, and there are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. But know that I have this band of willing reinforcements, and the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Alright, and off we go. One sec, chat. All right. Let's see, chat. So I think we have to head this way, right? Yeah. We have a Shoujo. Hey, isn't this for Beavis's? Yep, Beavis. Let's see here. And welcome, my friends, if you're joining in. Welcome, welcome. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Numenon, Sharlayan's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that. But the archives of the Numenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of a great Gooba library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Sharlayan is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I dispatched Yastola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alize and Alphino will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Sharlayan history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they've found the promising tomes. Happy reading. Oh boy. Let's go find some books, chat. It's a brightly colored book. The title on the spine reads, The Story of Sharlayan. Read the book? Yes. Long, long ago. Long, long ago, on an island in the Northern Sea, there lived a Rogadan man by the name of Nirnkrep. Nirnkrep was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Nirnkrep's crew hauled them aboard his ark. But the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Nirnkrep was a mighty spell of teleportation, and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Albarafia's spine. Oh, that's how that ship got there. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Nirnkrep gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers, and abandoned the dark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They launched on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Sharlayan we live in to this day. Well, that's pretty cool. Red covered book, okay. This one reads, Roads of Old, the Colony. Many years ago, on the banks of Fapaliak and the Dravanian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. The following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idleshire. This book does not appear to contain additional information on the forum, or cover the history of the Sharlayan motherland in great detail. Alright. No books over there, eh? Alright, no books over there. Cool, cool. Let's go to this one. The Time-Worn Tome. This one on the spine, the faded title on the spine reads, Stewards of Wisdom. Give me just a sec, chat. My sinuses are getting to me a bit today. Stewards of Wisdom. During the chaos of the Sixth Unbolt Calamity, Archon Nemkruf, founder of Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness of savagery of a men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the northern Empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war, and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Sharlayans took to heart the words of their savior, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born of strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth and coin. And the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founder's teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world. Now I'm lost as to where we entered. So we entered what? Over there? Yeah. So we need to go back here one, yeah? No, because these two are clear now. So we need to clear... let's see here. We have Leather-Bound Tome, Blue-Colored Book, and Well-Worn Tome. Let's go to the one over here on the right. Forever 20 Summers. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health, and neglected to feed the rest of your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Yes, do I share with you this mantra: I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19, or 23, or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living, will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research? Another day, another moon, another summer, to grasp the greater truths you pursue? In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, aetherological, and arcane viewpoint. This book is on the wrong subject. Search for words or works which contain details on the forum or mention the history of Sharlayan. Well, because I want to read the whole thing. Ooh. The title on the spine reads An Introduction to the Heavens. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of the shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think of the dome above us to be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Alag who came closest to understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they who launched Alamud, and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the past, or the distant past, that their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? This book is on the wrong subject. Yay, we successfully did it. We went to every book but the right one. We got to read them all. I knew it was this book when I saw it. I was like, oh yeah, this book. The Voice of a Growing City. In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the Sixth Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the forum as we know it today conceived and created. You have gained a fundamental understanding of Sharlayan history and the foundation of the forum. Head outside to the rendezvous point and await your companions. Alright, here we go. Oh, it's this place. Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alpino and Cryal should also be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I can see, no titles in the Archon stacks mention the final day specifically. So we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare, and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate. Plenty of comfortable places to read and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I always was quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed his staff that even if Alpino and I were to return to Sharlayan, we were not to be allowed to cross the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family? Or do they not live here in the city? Well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlayan, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Alivard, to be exact. For generations, many people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite of the island of Thavnair. The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Miko to serve as laborers. Or the Makote, I mean. And of course, the massive earthquakes and the Fourth Humble Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign. And when the Fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvus braved the journey back to Eorzea. I love this song. My ancestors, however, chose to remain that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. That's pretty cool. Isn't Korvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Ammonius. Or Ammonius. Amoenus, or something like that. Amoenus. When I was a boy, a nearby town came... When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. Oh shit. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices have been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allagan Eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and a decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born with the Allagan Eye, I was given over to the custody of the friends and students of Aldesian, who had me registered as a Sharlayan citizen. I never even considered... Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thinker was taken in by Archon Louisval, was he not? Stories of the adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Sharlayans than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity, Jesus Christ, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. This is exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Here, another good reason to get to the bottom of the forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make headway into these books, Minnie. More companies should be arriving any moment now. Let's see here. What else do I know of Korvos? Precious little, I'm afraid. I've not returned since Master Gala first brought me here. I can tell you that the Korvosi rebels still seek to slip the yoke of their imperial masters, though the fighting is far less fierce than it once was. Oh, and they have carpets. Flying carpets. Their legends are quite extraordinary. I want one of those. There are others better suited to poring over history books, so I thought I'd try my luck with more recent events. If I can find anything to better inform the forum's baffling behavior. I wonder what's going on then. We returned with our selections. Although I must say, the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Gryle has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we'll be looking into research papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few favors related to the final days? A few questions related to... Well, we all know it's coming down to favors. Questions related to the final days. I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amuro firsthand, and in fear I may be overlooking critical details. It was the final days. We laws anew. All that kind of stuff. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first. What kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? It was a complete destabilization of creation magics. No, what did he did say that? The worst kind of phenomena you can imagine. The primals of unrivaled power were summoned from the Aether. No, it was a complete destabilization of creation magics. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc of all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers to of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible passion. Meteors raining from the sky, fires erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Sharlayan surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Ascians. That's not good. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? Let's see. Oh, Alpino could answer this one, but we're not going to do that. The entire star was engulfed by disaster all at once. Or it could be like, they say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. Ah, yes, the Amarotians spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually, it resounded all across the star, not even Amaro was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of the Nominons Mamets, and ask after any books which may mention such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They knocked Damien from the sky. No. They summoned. No. No, they took about a third of their people and summoned Zodiac. Yes, with Elizabeth serving as his heart. So many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star, only that his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance is redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was their fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiac, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Venat and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Heidelin. Hell yeah, Crystal Mommy. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder if the Teloporoi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? Damn it, Yoshi P. Get you all good and ready, and it's like, oh, but we're not messing with that yet. Just put a pin in it for later. We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola, but it is time we began studying these research papers. Where are they at? Here's Cryo. Did Alpino leave you? Oh no, Alpino's over there. It really is comforting to have all these dedicated assistants on hand. Right then, enough chatting, more reading. You know what's so cute about this? This is smart. These two are about learning. People who are about learning, even if you have friends, you sit apart from each other. And the reason why is when you sit next to each other, you can hear people's mannerisms and very small little pronounced movements. and breathing and shit like that, and it completely F's up your concentration, even if you're not trying to. So sitting across from someone, you can say like, hey, I found something. You're like, oh? And you're like, yeah. And then there you go. Also, that works as a step, LOL. But I can't go back in. That's pretty funny. Alright, chat, let's see here. Alpado. Many forum members are also researchers or professors. If they know on to the final days, then that knowledge might suffice in their writing. That is my hope anyway. Alright. Hey, she's still up. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended research of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Uriansha learned of the source's reflections from the Garon oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Guba Library. 'Tis even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet, when you confronted Master Portional with knowledge of the Teloporoi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know that the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Minipus is like, damn it, not again. They got me again. You labor for what feels like an age as Yashola's research assistant. So chat, I'm just given a big ass pork stick. And mashed potatoes. With pepper. It's really good. I haven't had the pork steak yet, but it's huge. Pork steaks are pretty cool. They're like thinly cut pork chops, but they're really big. And if you don't have a grill, you just put them in the oven. It's pretty dope. Give me a sec though. Alright, let's see here. I'm gonna try a bite of this real quick, and I'll tell you how it is. It's rather good. I promise I'm not going to keep you too long. I'm just taking a bite or two. Because I got to do a lot of reading, you know? Alright, I'm back. I got a job to do. They're just so damn good. Alright. Let's go and see what Cryo needs us to do. Thank you for your help, but I think I can manage the rest without your assistance. If I were you, I'd steal a few quiet moments for myself. I mean, I could do that, but then we wouldn't progress the MSQ. Oh dear, you look exhausted. But what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? I'm like, I don't know, Growl. I haven't slept in 3 days. 3 game days. But then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a Emet at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For a moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Damn. Makes me want to actually do that. And I promised we would keep going until we got this done. And here we go. Alizé appears in desperate need of a study break. Ready for a tea break, Minnie? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables, and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. As I'm like totally burping off the mic. Alright, so while we're going that way, I am going to eat. So I'm probably going to run into a couple walls. Multitasking. Oh, it won't let me swim up to it. Alright, almost ready. Sorry to my partner how good that is. Really good. As busy as ever, I see. How very Sharlayan that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for our customers. It's true. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions to gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Thalapparor. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Alizé is chilling with us. I'm eating mashed potatoes. Think about mashed potatoes. Not everyone eats meat. Everyone eats mashed potatoes. I'm almost done. Promise. Promise, promise. Alright. Let's do it. Wait, what? What is it? Can't a man had enjoy a moment of private respite? A respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We're simply wondering if you knew of the Thavnair. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear, and... Wait, you're that house level girl, aren't you? This woman with you is obviously a foreigner. I had heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims. And here you are, giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I'm not the say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. It was foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Minnie. Someone here at the cafe should be willing to speak with us. Let's ask around. Yeah, F that guy. It's healed away. My, they look lovely today. Sure, they'll be nice and answer our questions. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Hey, excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Thavnair and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, what is it, young Miss Sharlayan? My apologies, but I work on the offices of the forum, and I would be if we're Meech Master Portional that I was helping you. I see. I'm sorry I bothered you. Well, shit. Hey, you know what? Maybe Dickon knows. Dickon's always like, you gotta stop messing around. I'm kidding. He's like, welcome, madam. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alize I see there? My word, how long's it been? Far too long. Yep. Mm-hmm. Absolutely true, Kodashi. Meet Dickon. The owner of the Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the studio. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alpino had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately, there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything alright at home? It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. But everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Sylvier. No matter how discreet Master Fortunat may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? We have questions, and only Sharlayan has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? It was the end of days. What? Like an end of the world? No, nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Fortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. Or I should say, unfortunately. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Sharlayan, aren't you? Then people will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders, struck up some friendly conversation while you're setting on the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? I'm like, yo, I'm down. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. The tea is set for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelet is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you should see a Miko gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. Alright, I'm gonna take my plate to my kitchen and fix the, hold on. There we go. I have to fix the guard on my mic. I got it. I hit it with mashed potatoes. I was like, shit. Alright, I'm gonna take my plate to the kitchen. I'll be right back. Don't go away. So chat, I went and got a thing of apple juice, right? And I realized that the apple juice is cranberry apple. And I was like, great, I have a big ass bottle of crapple juice. I'm like, this is gonna taste either really good or it's gonna taste like ass. Hold on one sec, I'll tell you. It definitely looks ominous. Actually tastes pretty good. Not gonna lie, impressive. Let me get my my thing real quick and be ready to go. Alright. We learned a lot today. Crapple juice tastes good. Let me see here. Where are we gonna go? Oh, yes. Ah! It bumped up my event tab. There we go. The tea is set for a chatty group sitting by the water's edge. Think it's him? I'm serving them tea. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. Like, yo, you heard anything about sus things going on? The who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practices of the Sixth Astral Era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. That's true. Holy shit! My stuff just sold. I might need to take a break and make some more pawns tonight. Holy shit. The omelet goes to just Oh, finally. 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in. No time to waste. I'm like, yo, you seen things sus lately? What? Taloparoy? Ah, yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That is some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. For I made the right choice, and I fully support a decision to remain neutral. You there. The other baked lobster. Alas, the other baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered and afford this heavenly dish. Yo, you seen things sus lately? The final days? This is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world, procuring things that we haven't got here at Sharlayan, priceless books, unusual life specimens, and so forth. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is the most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Telopoi make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about with such impunity? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. I see. I see. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Lots. Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the forum does have secret knowledge, they've done an impressive job of ensuring that no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. Hell yeah. I got some coffee. But let's enjoy our drink somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle? Away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. No, we're going to the hangout spot. Let's rub my chills. That's where all the cool kids hang out. Maybe we'll find some spray tags over here. People will be like, yo, Sharlayan love, and all kind of weird stuff. People spray painting RKO in all over the place. Archon! Instead of ARCHON. Yes, you should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant.
I'm told you can buy these coffee cups.
Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
Interesting. Very interesting.
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos.
What's Labyrinthos?
A vast complex beneath the island.
Really?
Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility.
Interesting. I mean, I said it before, but really interesting.
Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat.
Maybe they're hoarding crystals. I'm kidding.
Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum.
Now we're getting somewhere.
If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Hell yeah. And we learned a lot of stuff too. A labyrinthian descent. I will say is excited to share your revelations, or your revelations. We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead of the Numenong. I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. Let's freaking go. Holy crap. Alright, let me see here. Oh, this is gonna be funny. Welcome back, Minnie. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? One sec, chat. So, like, I literally swallowed spit by inhaling. I got like a slight little bit of spit that flew back in my throat, and it just like blew my throat right out in a sec. Oh, that is the worst. Okay. Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. I'm like, yeah, we found out all sort of stuff. It makes sense. The Gleaners take the requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo. It certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from these facts. As Shistola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what many in Alizé learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of the particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Teloporoi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it is stretched to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves, and if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Hell yeah. Let's see, anything would be better than burying my head in another dusty book. Actually, that's not true, I love books. What should we expect on there? I could be like, a fine idea. No, what should we expect on there? Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I would like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. This is gonna be fun. Beavis. Alright. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Follow Alizé and try not to F up. Off we go then. Yeah. Where are we going? Oh, you're really gonna do this? Wow, this is slow. My God, you're slow. Alizé, speed the hell up. It's pleasant here among the trees. It is. But we should move. We should really move along. No kidding, Alizé. Pick up the pace, please, dear God. You are so slow. It's killing me. Now we run. Try to keep up. Oh, now we running. Okay. I'd be like, why are you running? Keep to the path, straight ahead. A test of our reflexes. Where are we going, Alizé? Up here. Oh, okay. Haha! The Rustra, not far now. Ah, she's in the lead again. That person's voice, it sounds very familiar. I do believe that's, what, Amanda Aiken? Yeah. Oh, it's just so good. Alright. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back here, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. I remember listening to a story on her channel one day. She had one of her food items at a party that she was waiting to get, and it was like a thing where, like, I guess you had like only certain things that you could grab, you know, and someone ganked the last one right in front of her, and she's like, who the hell did that? It was Paris Hilton. She's like, oh. So those things where it was like, yeah. I've not been to Labyrinthos in the longest time. Even as a student, my visits were few and far between. You didn't take a wrong turn into the roster there, did you? I doubt the forum would take kindly to you barging into a private session. I should have done that. How did the forum learn of the final days, and exactly how much do they know? More to the point, what do they intend to do about it? Hopefully the answer to at least one of those questions lies below. We're all here now, yes? I'll take the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go. Here we go. Get ready to have your mind blown, chat. To worlds yet unseen.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed.
Mm-hmm.
If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation.
Oh yeah, it is.
Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing.
Mm-hmm.
But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
That's so cool.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Interesting.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Uh-oh.
Did you call to me just now?
Nope.
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
That's not good. At all. I wonder why the person with Heidelin powers was all of a sudden having a Heidelin fit. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out eventually. I guess the real question, Chad, is why then did people leave the colony? Why? Ask yourself that question. Don't look it up, it'll ruin the whole damn game. But ask yourself that question. Why? Excuse me, are you a gleaner? If you don't mind, I have some questions to ask. Good luck with that, Alpina. Huh. What do you know? You know what? We'll come back to this one. That scruffy Melviera. We'll see what's up. Oh, it's up to you. Let me think. The rare seeds should be item 1058, human seeds 759, snowberry 1056, or are they 1061? Oh, you, my friend, are a game developer. This was written with love and heart. Oh man, if you've ever seen people make games and they've got like the script with all the lines, yeah. My head feels like it's stuffed with mocha grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Cortland carrots with the Garbanian carrots? What then? Your exchange with Yev has taught you about large shipments coming in and out of Labyrinthios. And that joke is actually hilarious as hell, because it ruins your chance to get a blind onion. Sorry, not a blind onion, what do they call it? The stupid super onion, for was it a Thavnairian onion or whatever? For the Chocobo. Yeah. Let's see, we got Cryo. Most of those gathered here appear to be gleaners. Why don't you wander around and try making small talk? Sure, let's go see Dobbins. Dobbins has a sock. No, I'm just kidding. Oh my god, I got space. He's seen some shit. You want to know what I'm doing? No, it's like, you want to know what I'm doing? All in books, and ore, and fauna. When he's hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthios. You know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they've changed the layout, eh? Or could be that they changed the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. Your exchange with Dobbin has taught you about taking stock in Labyrinthios. And so it comes to this. You're here to help or give me more headaches? Because you don't have the look of a cleaner, and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of marmots running loose. Your exchange with Erenville has taught you about the exhausted cleaners. Those little devils are quick in sin and twice as hard to catch. I suppose I had better start searching. Any luck, Minnie? What tales did the cleaners have to tell? Notes returning the massive inventory operation. Notes returning large quantities of cargo. Notes returning exhausting work causing accidents, such as the cleaner inadvertently freeing a pack of marmots. Yeah, marmots. So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right. The forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning the Rinthos upside down in the process. Glorified ratcatcher. Kryl appears lost in thought. We would do well to learn more of what, specifically, the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who tasked them to do it. If you're game, Minnie, I have an idea. I'm game. Didn't one of the Cleaners, you questioned, say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. Alright. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. So any of you who have seen the Dawn Trail trailer, no. Don't spoil it. It's gonna be good. I'm gonna see what Alizé's up to. I think I already talked to them, but I'm not sure. Fascinating, but can we go back to what you were saying earlier? Excuse me, are you a cleaner? If you don't mind, I have some questions to ask. Oh yeah, we talked to them already. We didn't talk to them though, I don't think. Alright. You there. Person. Cleaner. You wish to help me find marmots. I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. My name is Erenville, friend, specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Noxian marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For mercy, there are no other marmot species on the Styria at present. So, there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in the sack. Gently, of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I have not seen any scampering around here, so we need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot, or you. In search of these trees, I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Alright, here we go. Also, where the wild things are, beast, or whatever this is from. I know some like ancient like stuff as well. But still, it's cool. They don't aggro, do they? Oh, they do aggro. Holy shit. Alright, I guess you have to be more than 10 levels. Oh yeah, Grizzled Mouse. For those wondering, I have no idea how to play this job. I'm kind of remembering it on the fly. Poorly. But I'm trying. It's one of those I'm willing to play it, so that's what matters. Because I like it. I just gotta learn its ways. I know some people can do massive damage with it, but, you know. Chirp squeak. No, not again. It's running away. Barely have you ready to sack when the grizzled mouse scampers off into the underbrush. Shit. Alright, let's rock. Behold the power of chicky treats. Also, I dare say it broke the music. There it goes. I thought that was pretty cool. I'm remembering some of my stuff. Piece by piece. Squeak! Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Rat sack. Come on. Come on. Shit. The bird nimbly evades your grasp before once more disappearing into the trees. Let's see this chicken treats. This is where I'll do things like fly. Because that would take like a minute off my time. Chirp! Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Come on. Come on. Squeak! More prepared for its feet this time, you succeed in closing the sack of your elusive quarry. Alright. I'm loving this. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Basically, he's like, your broke ass couldn't get 3. The sack holds the plump, wriggling form of one greatly annoyed grizzled mouse. Say it weighs about 12 ounces. Ah, that's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into their habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Who tasked you to capture them in the first place? Why, the authority in charge of Levinthos, now in perpetuity. The same officials who had us working day and night of late. The honorable members of the Forum. Who else? Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those were 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. Hey, Romany. Is this the cleaner you mentioned? The one who Cryo was looking, wait, the one who was looking for lost, marmots. Yeah, that's the one. I think her name is Erenville. Interesting company you keep, Brennan. Who are you folk, anyway? I'm Cryo, a student of Odyssean, and these are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not set entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hoped that by seeing the decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try to gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls all the animals to capture enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Did you learn anything from your new friend there? He looks better than Graha. Savage! So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. Its porpoises. I see that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation was begun. The Forum contacted the Gleaners' guild ship and put the people to this great work some 4 days after Thalapor had made their shilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus I am inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives a distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And until Thalap's declaration was what set it all into motion? It seems likely, but let's not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation into Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archaeon? From there, we could reach the lower... Something is happening. Who's calling to you? Are you going to the 3rd? Or the 2nd? The 1st? The 13th? I'm kidding. Cryo, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing will stop me from soldering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archaeon. We followed a path east through the forest, where you were chasing after that mouse, or marmot, was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls you need to watch out for. Damn right. Everybody's like, troll, troll. God, even now I still remember Boxy doing that. OG as hell. That is like the OG. I don't know what they do now. Maybe they do things still. Like, I don't know. It's been like, what, like at least a decade since last I've heard anything they've done. I just remember them from the troll and troll. And then the one where it's like, who even talks like that? And like literally, she literally is talking like whack as hell. This is the foremost material archive in Sharlayan. I would love to explore its treasures shelf by shelf, but I fear we have little time for such indulgences. Were you caught in mist on your way here? The sprayers keep the air humid, so the habitat feels as close as possible to a natural forest. Behold, the Archaeon. As Damien serves as Sharlayan's literary archive, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture too is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples of specimens, as well as detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archaeon contains a physical history of Sharlayan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Nice. Don't worry about me, I'm hale and healthy. In fact, I'm beginning to suspect that... Hey, let's discuss this later. The investigation demands our undivided attention. This piano work? I believe it's Keiko. Absolutely amazing pianist. Artist, pianist, musician, whatnot. She's the lady with the piano that you see in all the Final Fantasy XIV stuff. She also has tons of stuff that's like peppered throughout this game and other games. Excellent player. This is the foremost material archive in Sharlayan. I would love to explore the treasures myself, but we have little time for such indulgences. Let's do it. We're going deeper into the maze, chap. Alphino was gazing into the Archeon with an apprising look. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak of the custodian. Ooh. Wow, wow, wow. Alright, so we're gonna hop over these people. We're gonna keep it sus. Okay, we're gonna keep it cool. Let's see, we're going here. Can't talk to the gym trader. Oh, I'm at level 3 in all these, by the way. Let me see if I can show people here. Eighth occurrence. No, Sheriff Bay. I'm not going to show you the other page because it shows you all the zones. But this one is completely done, and so is the other one. I think I can show you one that's legit, and you'll be like, hey, the other one's definitely probably legit. Greetings, we're here to peruse the Arcane's vaults. Peruse? You are certainly not gleaners then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to students of Aldesian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public? Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case, but at present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time, it will be too late, and we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for the moment, shall we? Interesting. Students of Aldesian. You don't think he's gonna go bullish guardian on my asses, right? I think he will. I'm worried. Yeah, it's a small good reward with break. It's, well, so the thing with me is I wish I could just get the drops again. Like some of these, if you lose them, you lose them. Or from what I'm understanding with some of the earlier quests is you might be able to get them back and stuff other ways, right? By going to see the Calamity Vendor and all that stuff. But still, it's really depressing. It makes me want to get these things in a second time, perhaps, at least. I know it just clog up my inventory, but you know it'd be really nice is if they gave me the level 80 or 70 or 80 outfit. Those were really useful because you end up getting the Sharlayan Scholar one, which you can make into a really cool outfit, kind of like this one. And then the other one was really cool. You look like you look like you're like ready to go storm a desert or something, and like you know like a Fallout kind of situation or something, like Mad Max. And if you were a machinist, it would look cool as hell because you would just walk around with your gun and your glasses and everything. And it was like cool as hell. I never wore the facial thing though. I just always had glasses on. The red ones or whatever from like the level 40 dungeon, Desmil Shades or something like that. No. It was called, it's got some weird name, like like Piez or something like that. I'm sure I could look it up, but I'm not gonna. Let's see here. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means of access to lower levels. 'Tis likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the rift. Let's ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Alright. Let's see if anybody needs help with stuff. Sad face icon? Oh, they must be like do not disturb or something. Cool melt. Let's see here. I'm gonna have a sip of tea and we'll get started, yeah? And people see on level 150. They really do. You wanna see something really cool? You see this? Do you see these rings that I got? These swag ass rings that I wear all the time? They are literally from Savage Bahamut. Or not Savage Bahamut. Yeah, Savage Coils. So good. So good. Also, most of this outfit came from the first few dungeons, or first few levels of Heavensward, and the last few levels, or last few things in A Realm Reborn. This is a level 30 item on my wrist right here. And I thought about exchanging it for Claws of the Beast, and I probably will. But it was really cool at the time. It looks really good on my bow whenever I pull a bow. That's why, see what I mean? Like right here, with the ring and everything else, it looks really cool. Also, this is a regular version of the Levin bow. I decided that the Levin bow that constantly sparkles and does everything is kind of annoying. And it would also, theoretically, shock the shit out of me. But if I pulled a bow and then primed it when getting ready to shoot, to do an electrical thing, it would sound like that. And that's awesome as hell. So I keep it. That's my thing. But the hat, that's Eamon's hat. Eamon, whatever they're calling him now. What else I got? Oh, no, that's my dancer. Machinist. This one's a whole other story. But the pants are Lobby, I think. Maybe, maybe not. But the hat most definitely is. And the rings, as you see, I saw the hand thing as well. That kind of thing. It's pretty cool. Thank you, my friend. I've got so many different ones. This one's an actual level 80 one. This is the Cryptlooker outfit. Or is it Renacita? One or the other. No, it's Renacita. The Renacita outfit looks really cool. Kind of reminds me of like an old photo of Madonna, the artist, and I guess Madonna, the icon. Let me see. What do we got here? Oh, Red Mage. This one's pretty dope. This is my Let's Take Care of Shit outfit. Complete with Moogle powers. Red Mage looks so cool, especially if you do victory pose. I love it. This shit is dope. But people voted. They want me to be a Reaper today, so we're doing Reaper. I was gonna be a Red Mage. Nah. It's okay. I could have been a Summoner. Summoner has the same outfit. I just wouldn't have that sweet-ass, like, weapon toss thing. What's that? Take you down to the lip with me. Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I do see a Gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack. Engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever he's doing. He does not approve, I feel. What do you think, Sha? I think it is a damn shame. Can't go this way. He won't be there. So it's gonna be over here. Ah! No flying. It's like chicken treats, no flying. You can actually set it up, chat, so you can force your mount to do that. I'll show you how you do all that. I just don't want to do it myself. Mount speed. And you can go here and you know, stack up, stack down. There is a double speed thing for all these areas. I forget how to get them all besides Moogle events. And it's cool and all. I just think it's funny. I got one for Northern Than and I'm never there. Oh, that's hilarious. I could get that mount that lets you do the thing all the time. Oh, I must not have those mount ones yet. Okay. We got one from Madonna. That's gonna be a thing that I do. Eventually, chat. We're gonna make a whole thing. We're like, let's get those damn speed things. And when I figure out a path to doing it that can actually be realistically farmed, we'll go for it. As long as it's not gonna make me go broke or waste 1,000 years, yeah. Watch it be something stupid like get level 200 solo in a House of the Dead. Oh, that would suck ass. Am I taking the lift? Oh, no. We're just students. They don't let us into the Archaeon, even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere. But it was wandering around tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Squeak! Squeak! Ought to still squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archaeon is open again. Wait, where was this at? First we thought it might have escaped from one of the research laboratories. Tim reported our find to the studio. They were just as dumbfounded as we were. If it truly is a newly discovered species, we could have no name so it appear in the Gazette. Squeal, squeal, squeal. I think I know what this is. Oh, nice. Let's see. For your Dragon Quest, and so I can get so many other stuff in the sword. Also get one of this Eastern War Mask and ingredient. Oh yeah, I knew that. Oh yeah, I can definitely relate to that. I think I told you all the story of me getting that tunic. It was the first thing I bought, or kimono. It was the first thing I bought myself, and I couldn't wear it. And there was no returns. I was like, I don't want to return. I just want to exchange it. Like, sorry. We can send it to another character if you want. Let me know. So you can give people choice. Master Damien, give people choices in a matter of looking. It's true. It's very true. Check this out. Don't worry though, my friend. Because you know why? You can still look badass as a Dragoon, I promise. Watch this. This weapon, by the way, you can barely see it because of the umbrella, but this weapon right here is literally from Behemoth and A Realm Reborn. Another one of those weapons that people sleep on all the time. It is the absolute coolest looking Dragoon weapon that you can get until damn near end of Endwalker. Not Endwalker, but end of Heavensward. So it's like, shit. What else we got? Oh, and the glasses too is a level 30 to 40 item. No. Oh yeah. Another set. This whole set is lobby shit. I look like I belong in the Beatles. Let's see. Back to Reaper though. It feels good to have my outfit back. I haven't had this outfit for about a month now. I felt weird. Here we go. Oh, hell no. So, Chad, I have a sneaky suspicion what's in that box. That weird creature that was in the box. Unless they show it to us in the next few minutes, I have an idea what that is. And it's going to be funny as hell. Quiet, you'll frighten it away. Accurate. No, see you again. I'm gonna mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloudkin I need to capture is close, very close. And I'm like, yo, I got you. You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters is generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds. But the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green, and its cry a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with this sleeping dart. Sorry, I had to burp. I was like, shit. I was like trying to hold it in until I finished the speech, you know what I mean? The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Oh, we're gonna do the thing, aren't we? I have a sneaky suspicion we're gonna do the thing. So, do y'all remember the shoebill? The bird that was around during, Endwalker? Or, I'm sorry, during, Shadowbringers. Now we're gonna have something else. Search your surroundings for the hornbill. You may move the camera, as well as zoom in and out. Target the hornbill and use the blowgun with it. No, that's probably it. But now comes the real question. Where are you? There's always something else in these scenes. Where? Oops, I shot the wrong one. Fail. Gun in the butt. Definitely hit it in the right spot with that dart. I mean, I could have hit it in the face with it. That would have been terrible. It's not dead. It's just slowly drowning. That's just the bar reflexes. Ugh.
Fair shot.
Yeah, it was. I'd say so. You might want to get it out of the water.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up, and I'll make my way over to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's currently drowning. No rush. I'm in the rain. Oh, that's so good. He's just slowly trotting over there like, it'll be alright. Oh.
There you are. Any new revelations?
We killed a bird. No, we didn't actually do that. Oh yeah, we you know, met Rabbit Guy. hung out with the rabbit guy.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill?
Just only, I promise.
I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a gleaner's duties.
That's pretty cool.
But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth.
Interesting.
Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research.
Interesting.
I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
Interesting, very interesting.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
That's true.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos.
Interesting.
While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Let's do that, yeah. That sounds like a good idea, Alize. Alright, now we need to speak with Alfie. I mean, no you don't. I even got a little bit of distance because I want to get away from it. There we go. I would never have noticed this cave on my own. Thanks to Scala that Evenbell knew of it. And that you were there to persuade him to share. I don't know why, but her sword is effing up my ability to read. I took a quick peek inside, but it's awfully dark in there. The meteor circuit which Evenbell mentioned is the tier directly below us. Unlike the lowest level of Labyrinthos, and with its rigid security, one can usually roam the middle layer quite freely. Let us see what we might find. This must be it. The entrance to the mine shaft. 'Tis faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, do you think? Well, slithering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Let's see what's up. Alize seems eager to get underway. Me too. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow, and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. Or I could just ride through. I remember doing this place on foot. Because I didn't realize you could mount up here. This place looks cool as hell. Oh shit. I'm about to test your reflexes. Alright, no, now 24 as it is. Alright, let's see. We're going around here. And then we're going to be getting attacked because I forgot I can be near people. Shit. Getting ready to be attacked. Here we go. Oh, shit, maybe bounce. Later on we can just go that way. It's a quick entrance and exit. That may just take the long way. That mine shaft is infested with mithril caps. Some sort of research project, I wonder. I suppose they are a most usual creature. Why do they develop such long limbs when all they do is shuffle about in narrow tunnels? I do not know. They've been around since Final Fantasy XI. They used to beat the shit out of me. I used to hate those things. You know what I remember them for? Which is the sound of your ass de-leveling from getting killed by them. That's what I remember this for. Final Fantasy XI was savage. I was being careful, I swear. The slope was steeper than I thought, and I lost my footing for a moment, that's all. I'm not injured, if you don't count my pride. Something's going on with, Cryo. I'm concerned. Minnie, do you know that Cryo almost took a tumble back there? She can't possibly still be dizzy in the lift. Yeah, it's old MMOs. I was there when it came to America during the rise of the Zillart. Or before that, I think a little bit, actually. And then it came out shortly after. And then I was there for Chains of Mafia. And then I left to go play this swag-ass new game called World of Warcraft. It was about as revolutionary as 11 was. But then, after several years, it just doesn't hit the same. So it's kind of interesting that I've come to 14. I remember telling people when I joined 14, I was like, wow, it's come full circle. They were like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, it was originally... Most people who, quote-unquote, were WoW players from launch were actually Final Fantasy XIV players who jumped at Chains of Mafia over to World of Warcraft up until Kata. Most of us left around Kata to go play other games. But the fact is that core World of Warcraft vibe, where everyone kind of worked together, the Leroy Jenkinses of the world, when shit was actually kind of bumping and the game wasn't a shit show, that's basically what it was. It's a bunch of people who were a community in Final Fantasy XI, went to World of Warcraft and kind of created its own community from there. But after a time, a lot of us have come to this game, and it's kind of interesting because it's still the community I remember. I love that shit. And I'll be so sad when 11 and 14 eventually close, because it's one of those things where it's like, damn, I wonder where the community is going to go next, or I had that vibe later on. It's kind of interesting when you think about it like that, you know? Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence, at least, and as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Aramel's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Yes, let's go farming, Alpino. That sounds great. My memories of this place are a touch hazy, but if we keep to the path heading north, then we should eventually arrive at a farm of some kind. Oh boy. What's next? We find Cicero stuck with a broken wagon? Like, oh, the simply will not do. Oh no. We must fix this wheel. The farmer must do it. It is in front of their farm, after all. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't, chat. When it comes to the Cicero quest. You know how you beat the Cicero quest? You know you solved the Cicero problem with Cicero on the farm? I'll tell you a big secret about Sky. Just don't do it. Don't do it. Then they're both in play. It's perfect. So many things in that game you can do. Oh, you know another one? Are you gonna be a Stormcloak? Or are you going to be part of the Empire? And it's like, well, neither. Y'all need to get your shit together while I save your country. And then I do that, and then when we come to the table at the end of the game, I literally force them both to march their happy asses up to the mountain. And might I add, they will leave in person and walk all the way to the place where it's at. If you fast travel, you miss it. But you can literally walk with Ulfric, or you can walk with the other guy, the Imperial guy, right? All the way to the giant mountain where the Greybeards are, and have the conversation. And then they bitch and moan about things for a few minutes, and you basically tell them, I don't care what you two want. Here, take that. I don't care. I'm gonna go save your country, get your shit together. And then they're like, oh, hell, we can't really argue with that. So basically nothing changes in the whole lore thing with the Elder Scrolls. You just go and fight out Alduin and save the day. It's just funny because you manage to transcend, by doing it that method, you manage to transcend all the bullshit in Elder Scrolls just by not doing certain things. Backing out of things is always an option in that game, and I love it. It's such a good vibe. especially if things start going bad in, like, you know, your quest line. Like, you can still walk into a lot of bad shit, like grabbing the beacon. Oh man, I love that. Meridia's beacon. Oh my god, look at that. It's the same grapes that have been in the game since 1.0 and people just realized. Now I know where we are. This is Mariel Ergonomics. Go to Summerford Farms. Go to the place where the Bacchus wine comes from as well. You'll see the old grapes, but they'll be green. The Rithos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies of cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And this is the facility which coordinates the overseas those efforts. And fruits. The fruits of the research go to feed the Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora. Foods so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. 'Tis possible I know something of the forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same and cast about for useful clues. God, I still remember people going, Zone! Train! Train! Sorry! Zone! That's not a thing in Final Fantasy XI anymore, and it hasn't been for a long-ass time. But man, let me tell you about the time when the mobs wouldn't stop chasing you until you left the zone. So if you were on, like, the far side of a zone, you knew you couldn't go into the next zone, really, because of X reasons. So you had to trail all the way across the zone. Now imagine a zone this big, okay? And you would have to go up here. It would take like 2 to 3 minutes. The whole time you're spamming shout, going zone, zone, train, train, headed to Baslock, headed to this, headed to that. And it would be like insane because you would just see like half the zone's mobs chasing after them. Oh, it's people. Nope, they're in a cutscene thing. Probably the same one I was in. Let's see here. It's Alpino. And so you spent years researching these high-yield cultivation techniques. Do I have ought to be taken down below? More than I can carry, and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport, hence the stack of crates atop the hill over there. God, it's hauling a lot up the slope with that job and a half. I know that vibe. No shit. That was almost a really bad time. Aha! Oh, hello there. I can be like, oh, hello there. Oh, we're expecting visitors. Not used to the lift being restricted. How'd you make it down here anyway? You gotta look at that cemetery over there. You gotta avoid that cemetery, you see, and it's probably not a good idea. God, Pet Cemetery was so damn good. Especially when you realize who the old man is. I don't mean like who he is in the movie, I mean who he actually plays, like who's playing him. Alright, I'll do this real voice. The mine shaft, you say? Well, you're much harder soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I would reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the forum has this filling order list a mile long. Massive yet detailed request, sorry, not derailed. Literal wagon loads of crop samples and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. No, not really. Oh my god, I love it. Giant Choco. Ooh, it's Alizé. Yeah, this place does everything that Summerford Farms does. I'm told this cart holds the harvest meant for the larders here. Nothing out of the ordinary. Behold! A realm reborn grapes. I just wish people realized that these were in the game since the beginning. It was just such a... Because people like me who knew that, it drove me nuts. Because at first it was like, oh, ha, 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 ha. But then I realized, but wait, it's been in the game the whole time and nobody bitched about it. So it must be like the WoW crowd or something bitching about it? I don't know. It was, it was really funny. I'm not denying they're not hilarious, though. You see her outfit? Looks a lot like my partner's outfit. Looks really cool. She used to come up and do like the shady conversation pace. It was really funny. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising given that it's native to a particular locale and the very place upon which Labyrinthos is modeled, a region in the south of Aldebaran. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Sheerly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition to a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. Used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it Locus Ammonius. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. Alright, let's go, chat. It's time. Let's see. Going this way. Oh, snap. We're gonna get kicked. We're gonna get our asses kicked by the Funyuns. And yes, that's my nickname for them. Funyuns. I know they're the dungeon crew, Mandragoras, this, that, blah, blah, blah. But to me, they'll always be the Funyuns because they pop up all the time in maps. That's right. Also, sorry I'm so nasally today. My sinuses are killing me. It's doing the thing where, like, it acts like you have a snotty nose, but there's no mucus up there. It's just, like, nasal. I hate this shit. So people have neti pots, but I don't want to, like, die of some kind of, like, disease. With my luck, I'd be that one person who catches, like, the brain-eating amoeba when using a neti pot. Or whatever it is that people get sick from. That's why I don't use. I mean, it's not that I don't use them, but I would laugh about it. Where was it at? The labels on these crates tell the story of their contents, bundles of common seeds and saplings accompanied by sheaves and reports. I know what these are, but I can't tell you. They're really cool. Touch it. Go on. You know you want to, adventurer.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Sharlayan at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Interesting. Oh, here we go. We're about to get an education.
Have you learned aught of interest?
Flowers. Like, well, you still we learned a lot, actually.
A flower that reacts to one's feelings. Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we've failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Yes, but what's it require?
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenvil's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
Interesting, interesting.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean? Look, there. I think that's Erenvil.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Oh, we're about to do the thing, I think.
Erenvil receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenvil's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
This guy about to do some shady cat shit.
I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
Mm-hmm.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Krau's hiding something.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Interesting. Very, very... Something's definitely up. Yeah. You know, it's amazing when you think about the fact that, you know, we learned in Shadowbringers, right? We learned that Hydaelyn is technically a primal. So here's the thing. Are we, what if, okay, all followers of Hydaelyn, what if we're not like, you know, what do you call it? What if we're not tempered, okay, but they have the ability to kind of turn that on and off selectively? It honestly looks like she's partially tempered on the low. That's how I thought about it when this first started. Now I know how the story's gonna go, but I'm sharing my thoughts with you based off of things that I felt when I first played this. Really good stuff. Look at me, my attention's been elsewhere. We were following Erenville, weren't we? Let's get after him already. We've waited too long as it is. It feels wrong to spy on Erenville, helpful as he's been, but what other choice do we have? Kryla's still feeling unwell. I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. Did you see which way he went? Alizé is not about to let Erenville out of her sight. Erenville was headed westwards toward a path outside the Archeon. Come, we can still catch him. Let's effing go. Probably shouldn't go this way. Or maybe I should. Hell, who knows anymore. Yes, this is the right way. Hopping down the hill. That's all I wanted to do was just hop down. Pepito. No! Run! Run! Run away! Run away! That's funny. Someone's named Mal Wares. Alright, let me see something right quick here. Trying to see what level. Oh, we're still in level 80. Yep. Hold a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. Aye, if it were an agent of the Forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company as said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Raha and his Spanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads. Goodness. Here we go. We'll have full conversations too. Bum 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 bum. Unaccustomed to transfiguration. Worry not. It will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will press your enchantment. What am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabouts? In that form, you are essentially defenseless. You have changed into a toad. You must remain transfigured in order to progress with quest objectives. You will return near from your transfigured status if you move too far away. Look to your map for the transfigured areas of transfiguration's area of effect. Speak with Y'shtola to restore the prolong the transfiguration. Alright, sounds good. Let's have conversations with people. I would have enjoyed being a toad for a little while, if only for the change of pace, but Y'shtola's right. I'm too preoccupied with other matters. Oh, she's gonna begin. Stand still, and I shall recast a spell. The transfiguration should last long enough to allow you to find the spy on Erenville. Oh, Chicky Treat's gonna withdraw because I can't do the thing. Alright, what's up, Alize? Ribbit, ribbit. Alpha no. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alfie Toad and Alley Toad, Jesus Christ, are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. Let's have some small talk, shall we? Oh, wow, that looks terrible. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Let's do it, chat. Oh, Lord. That's a giant toad over there. And over there. They'd probably eat me. I'm a frog! Frog. Oh, we can talk to him. Discuss our surroundings. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Alito turns to face the north. Perhaps she is suggesting you cross the bridge. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alpha Toad attempts and fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand that he's telling you this is the wrong way. Sounds good, let's go north. Aha! Here we go, chat. That's so awesome. Oh, is that who I think it is?
I trust
It
you
is.
will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory.
Wait, no, it's not.
We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work.
I wonder if we ever have a quest with this lady. This lady is so, like, ready to beat ass.
So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
Very sure. You tell him, Erenville.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
Oh shit.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Oh, he might become a Beastmaster yet. Gotta get up early. Yeah, when we head back to the Baldesian Annex, I know we're gonna get called to the next place. When I do that, I'm gonna call it myself, so we're close to the end now. I suppose we should have known a Gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in all of us, and trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we discovered a new piece of the puzzle. This momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. The Sharlayan has been called to action, but the Telophoroid's declaration was a catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. Yeah, basically whenever we complete this part and they send us back to the Baldesian Annex is when we're gonna turn in. If we happen to cross paths with Erenville again, I should like to thank him properly. Alizé is staring off in the direction of Erenville, departed. A thoughtful look on her face. A guide of sorts. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners have offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Y'shtola and crowd for the moment, see what they think of this. Let's freaking go! Alright. They're still over at the bridge. It feels weird having to dodge bad guys again. It's been a long time. By the way, do you need help running anything? I can help you with that tomorrow if you're around. I'm not sure what I'm doing yet. I know when I get off here I gotta pre-order, what do you call it? I don't know if you were here earlier, but someone did a $100 donation because I told them that I could play the game possibly. I was like, holy shit. Which is crazy. Where's Cryo? It's funny how normal the forest seems now. As a toad, it was all so much more ominous and threatening. Ishtola. Welcome back. I trust you found Aaronville then. I did. He totally caught us out. He knows we're frogs. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Cryo, and discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander. Trying to remember what happens after this. I'm pretty sure we go back to the annex, or maybe we go through some hell. I don't know. I'm pretty sure she's back at the thing though. Could be wrong. I don't see her here. Nope, no crowd here either. Where the hell is she? There she is, staring at flowers again. Jesus Christ. I think she's tempered, chat. She's doing something unholy.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting.
Nice. Why the hell do we even plant stuff if we can do that?
She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Really now? Wait. That's what this is about.
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Menphilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well.
Aw, Menphilia's just got the Arab treatment. Yeah, Heidelin's a body snatcher for real.
Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you.
Yeah, that's up to you, Cloud.
Take the flower. Walk free, for you are free. To go where you wish. To believe what you will.
That's literally the lyrics to this.
That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out.
You know what? I'm just waiting for her to be like, this house is cleansed. Have you ever seen the old Poltergeist? You know what I'm talking about. Oh, damn it. This makes a lot more sense later on. I'll be like, Mini Fuzz, step into the light. We must pull them back.
Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
No, that's good to hear. I was really worried.
You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
Oh, shit.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian.
I bet it was that asshole at the thing.
A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion.
Okay, but why are we getting thrown out?
And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
Oh, here we go.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
That sounds like a really good idea.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Damn. We got busted. Wasted. Look at how the sky's burning. The sun's coming up, I think. Hey, we're at the UN, or whatever it's at. Is it the UN or the European Union? One of those places where they got the cool round place like this.
I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order.
Oh, I hate this guy.
This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings.
Wait, if you're Speaker-elect, then who was the one before? And why aren't you fully ordained? Yep, leads only to stomach stabbing and firebombing. Yes!
Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance.
You know, the more that I play this game, the more I get pissed off the fact that I can only wear 2 rings. Do you know how many rings? What's her name? The Nuz lady, right? Is it Dahlia or whatever? Stulia? You know what I'm talking about. The lady from Yulmore. Anyway, she's got like 10 rings on her fingers. This guy right here has like a ring on each finger. They're simple rings. They look almost like a handguard, but in reality, it's the graphic for some of the early game rings, but in black.
Since then, Certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work.
Or darker tones.
They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Wait, where's Urianger? Oh yeah, because they're gone.
These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Oh, damn.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age-long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
See this guy right here? Alright, cool. You probably can't see it. He's right behind my ear whenever I don't talk.
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted.
Did they?
No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
Okay.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Interesting, very interesting. He's getting like choked out like Darth Vader.
We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Yes, she said the line.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Nice.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given?
So true. Very true.
Now, if we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order!
Order! Making fun of that guy from the UK or whatever it is from like England. The Parliament guy. He's not there anymore, but he was there for a while. As somebody who lives in the States, we just, randomly see clips of like, big MASH compilations of him going, "Order!" all the time.
Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan.
You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates.
That would suck.
Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Let me see here, one sec. We should be good. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna call it here for tonight. And we will be back here tomorrow. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. I know I need to do a whole bunch of little things, right? So we'll go from there. You guys might get to see me do thumbnails or something silly. I don't know. We'll work on stuff together. Anyway. Tomorrow, my friends, I am going to be back around... Let me see here. I'm going to pull this up. I got y'all here so we know, okay? We'll work on the schedule together at Pass. Alright, so, along with the schedule, basically what we're going to be doing... Alright, let me see. Monday is done. Now we need... What are we gonna do tomorrow, chat? I know we'll stream probably around 2, maybe earlier, okay? I may do a ninja stream, we'll see. Let me see. Gotta make a thing for Tuesday. Alright, so... Add schedule. Final Fantasy XIV. 2 o'clock. Oh, shit. I messed up the, there we go. 2 o'clock. For 6 hours, at least. That'll be for tomorrow. From 2 till 8, at least. But what are we gonna do? I'll call it, MSQ. Endwalker MSQ. Cool. So it'll be Endwalker level 80 MSQ part 1B. I don't have a working... It's my working title for it. But that way we at least know what it's going to be. So it's going to be between 2 and 8 tomorrow. Now, I could be here earlier, but I honestly think I'm not going to be because I need to really work on a bunch of YouTube vids and short vids for you guys. It actually kind of translates into views, which is kind of cool. That's rare for channels, but it does. Anyway, my friends, I'm going to call it for here, and I will catch y'all tomorrow. And y'all have been super awesome. And especially Creation, Jesus Christ. I'm about to go get Dawn Trail on pre-order.